Honey, shirt check.
Hallelujah. Oh, let it go. Yes, that's right. Joe, you want to sing Let It Go?
Check, check, check.
I don't have kids.
Testing,
Disney,
testing.
though. It's like
for welcome. Is that good? Yep.
we're good with
Good.
You don't want me to sing Frozen? No? Shay? Well, I don't.
So I'm now going to do closing remarks. It's good. Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to our third annual Telstra Australian Digital Summit, the 2014 instalment, and we're very, very excited to have you all here today. My name's Monty Hamilton, and when I'm not moonlighting in the events management industry, and that's a place where we're privileged to handle over 300 million customer interactions on mobile, social and online every year, and it's a massive growing part of our business and an exciting place for us to connect with you via our digital channels. Today, and wherever you may be joining us, on behalf of Telstra, I'd like to acknowledge the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people movement. Recognise is the people's movement, institutional recognition, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people as the first people of Australia. The device you've got in front of you, I encourage you to head to recognise.org.au and register your interest. From humble beginnings. The colour might have changed, but also a lot's changed over the last 3 years. In 2012, we kicked off this event. Gamification was the rage. We had Lyle Fong join us, who was the founder of Lithium, a business that we at Telstra are proud to have a partnership with, and a customer community that we run called Crowd Support. In 2013, last year's instalment, it was all about wearables and an age of context. We were fortunate to have Robert Scoble join us to talk about his book that he co-authored with Forbes author Shal Israel. Exciting times. About 300 people joined us last year, and today, nearly 500 of you in the room, and perhaps thousands more joining us online via our live stream. And a big hello to all of you who are streaming live via YouTube. We have an exciting agenda lined up for today. But let's not look past the important one, sharing what you learned today online. #Telstra Summit's our tag for today. Jump onto Twitter, Instagram, or whichever social network you inhabit and share all of your learnings. So a bit about our agenda. First up, we'll hear from our CEO at Telstra, David Thodey, who'll be joined for some Q&A with Brian Solis. Clout. Then we'll hear a deep insight into digital transformation from Altimeter Group, Brian Solis. We'll have a morning break, then we'll come back and hear why money as you know it will disappear. It's a pretty interesting topic. It's one that I'm pretty excited to hear from Jeff Clements, who runs PayPal here in Australia. That'll be followed by Troy Malone, who runs Evernote in Asia Pacific. We're going to hear about the rise and rise of Evernote. It's an incredible app, and I'm sure many of you today will be capturing your notes from the event on your iPad or smart device to keep track of what's taking place. Then we'll be jumping into a panel discussion, but before the panel, Carl Hartman will tell us about the story of Tamando. We'll talk about the future of retail, and it's an exciting day, as you'll hear through today at Telstra, with the upcoming launch of our new retail presence, our flagship store in George Street, Sydney. We'll break for lunch, and it is a bit of a late lunch break, so make sure you grab something to eat at morning tea. Then we'll come back for a power afternoon, an open forum conversation on how startups can work with corporates to collaborate and not compete. Troy, Jeff, Karen, Joe and Gerd Schenkel from Telstra will join the panel, which will be moderated by Brian Solis. Then a very fascinating story about how Twitter continues to thrive, and Karen Stocks will join us from Twitter to take us through that story. In our second instalment of the Australian Digital Scholarship, we'll hear 3 exciting pitches from 3 startup businesses that have been shortlisted for our Muru-D Accelerator program. This is a fantastic opportunity for Telstra to support the startup economy here. We'll be joining the South by Southwest Interactive event next year, courtesy of Telstra, and receive some exclusive mentoring from some of our speakers here today and former Summit members. Later in the day, you'll hear from Gerd Schenkel and myself just to wrap up events. So, I'd now like to welcome up our CEO at Telstra, David Thodey. Please join me in welcoming David to the stage. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks, Monty. And morning, it's great to have so many people here. It's really exciting. I'd forgotten Monty. It is our third one, and it's so great. And we call it the Australian Digital Summit because we really want it to be an Australian initiative. We really want to sort of feel the passion of digital in Australia. And it's so great to have Brian and all the other speakers joining us here today. Look, I've got quite a bit to get through, and I've got about 20 minutes before Brian's going to ask me some questions. But there's a whole lot of stuff that's sort of on my mind, and it may be not that structured. By the way, CEO is meant to give really structured presentations, but this may be totally random, but we'll give it a go. Because I'm actually really excited. I very rarely do I say great expletives, but I do believe that this is one of the most exciting times in business and in society. You know, technology, and whether you call it digital, whatever you call it, it's enabling us to do things in ways that we've never done it before. And it doesn't matter if you're talking about social equity, if you're talking about new business models, about the world, I don't know, a long time. And I do get excited by it, I believe, but in a unique way. That where it impacts society, it impacts the very lives we live, impacts our children, impacts everything we know. And it sort of moves the fringe into the very core. You know, whether, whatever you call it, you know, it doesn't matter, but there's great opportunity. And what I want to try to reflect on this morning is just, look, there's a whole lot of trends in technology that you probably know better than I do. I'll talk briefly about that. But I'm more interested about what that means and the possibility it creates, and therefore the implications for all of us. Then I'll talk a little bit about Telstra because, you know, we're a big company, and sometimes people look at us and, you know, bureaucratic, slow-moving, all that stuff, and yet who we are. And then I'll just sort of finish with a couple of small things at the end about some reflection. Then Brian's going to ask me some questions. So, you know, trends. Well, you know, connectivity is changing the world. It is amazing, you know, how, you know, mobility has enabled such incredible intimacy. You know, I see it every day in terms of wireless technology part of everyone's lives. In fact, even more than that, businesses, you know, think that, you know, the wireless technology all 8.5 million square kilometres of Australia, right across the world. And then you talk about the Internet of Things and the, you know, plethora of connectivity that's enabling different ways to connect, and whether it be machine or people or whatever it is, just unbelievable. And then you put that together with the social networking revolution. I mean, just, you know, so quickly, and people can respond to it. You know, news is sort of so quick and active. That's all happening, and then you've got the digitizing everything. And look, those sort of words that are easier to say, but I see it within, you know, everything. Everything I touch, you know, I can see a digital future for as I think about it. And then you add, you know, robotics and automation. Then you add sort of this incredible, what I used to call when I first joined IBM nearly 40 years ago, it used to be called artificial intelligence, but I see neural networking, you know, the incredible power of computing to really provide this sort of automation in thinking. And, you know, Google Now or Siri, intelligence in computing. I can't remember who said it, but there will be computers that, you know, have human-like characteristics, even today, if not out to 2025 or 30. But it's becoming sort of mainstream, whereas before it used to be sort of in someone's sort of backyard in a world of possibility. But what is really happening here is something far more important. The technology is a means to an end. But I'm seeing this incredible move of the power from corporate to individual, to this whole personal power. And you can see it in new apps like, you know, whether it be Airbnb, Uber, it doesn't really matter, because it's the power of the individual is being, you know, freed or sort of unleashed to be able to make a difference in the world. And that's what's so exciting. And that really provides something different. So it's not just new startup business, though I applaud new startups. It's actually within the fabrics of organisations as we know it. And I'd put that to be at governments or to enterprises, to small business, to big business, to, you know, not-for-profit organisations. It's everybody who has to be a part of a traditional way of doing business. Now, remember, you're talking to a guy here who's worked for companies that are 100 years old. But what is so exciting is you have to reinvent yourself. You can never, rest on your laurels. Every one of us in this room, there's a personal reinvention, but there's also an organizational reinvention that you've got to go through. And I don't know what the cycle is, but if you don't reinvent yourself, then you do run the very serious risk of becoming, out of date and becoming another dinosaur, which is so easy to do. So I do think this is revolutionary, and I'm really looking forward to hearing about what you conclude, because it's through that dialogue and that communication where you get great ideas, where you get the sort of creativity, and we can all learn from each other, learn from what's happening around the world, and the world is getting very small. Don't know if any of you saw a very interesting presentation given by a guy called Scott Galloway. Has anyone seen that article on losers and winners? Anyone read that article? Losers and Winners by Scott Galloway. Well, he actually is a trader out of New York, and he gave a presentation to the investment community just recently on losers and winners about who is going to win out of this digital change. Or it's really, I'm getting worried about the word digital. It's sort of this new way of connecting, this new way of empowering individuals. And he talked about losers and winners, about who is going to really be able to adapt to this new world. And then there's a very interesting article in The Economist. I think it's changing the workforce environment about who's going to be a winner and loser. There are really serious implications for society in many of the things we're doing. You see, we're not just talking about, when I first started in computing, we talked about automation. We talked about doing things more efficiently. Whereas what the technology is allowing us to do now is to do things differently and to do it simpler and better and create and put enabling individuals to do things in a way that has never been possible before. In fact, they were sort of dreams, whether it be analytics about, taking all this plethora of data and actually making something, of knowledge and wisdom out of. This is what's so empowering about what's going on now. And of course, cloud computing is enabling that to happen. And so the technology is having a direct impact, but it's changing the way we live, work, breathe, and how we deliver. So that's what I think is so important. And so really worth working, if you're reading the Scott Galloway article, it's on, on the web, and it really, talks about, who's going to win. And it's not so much whether you're a digital company, it's about how you adapt that technology to what you do. And I'll come back to that in a moment. Well, what are the implications? Well, as I said, there's obviously enormous change in the business models. You just need to look at Amazon. I mean, and this is a classic example. A company that's, valued at hundreds of billions of dollars, generates what? $75 billion of revenue, makes $150 million of profit. And yet its market cap is enormous. So there's something here about value creation, about what's valued in terms of society and business. But it's more than that. It's, you even looking at Tesla, and you look at the innovation and the willingness to share and have open communication. Look, the concept of patents is very different within Tesla. I mean, that's an interesting concept in itself. Or you can keep going, and even some of the businesses we've been investing in the Valley through our ventures group, just fundamentally different ways. I mean, even when you look at, a company like Coney who invests in, who enables, new mobile apps and be able to, render them out to, the Android or the Windows or the iOS environment. And just the plethora of growth in mobile apps in corporates, but also in terms of knowledge dissemination. And no longer is it just search, but there's an app for everything. These things are really, really important to understand. So when I think of it from Telstra's point of view, and Monty said I was going to talk about the transformation inside Telstra, which I am going to talk a little bit about. I think about, I don't think about Telstra today, I think about how we're reinventing ourselves. Because the one thing I know, if we stay the way we used to be or we are today, we will be irrelevant. We must become, different. We must, find new ways to do things every day. So, yeah, we have our Digital First program, and I'm sure Gerd will talk about that, and it's really, really important. So I don't know, I think it's close to 50% of our transactions are done digitally. So look, that's great. I feel good about that. I like that. But it's not the real issue. It's not the real issue, but I do spend a lot of time on it. You know, we've got a whole new IT architecture about everything being digital, not just a little bit, not just the front end. It's about how we take our media presence through IPTV and how we're going to change that world, and, you know, on demand this, and, you know, time shifting of that, you know, about mobile apps and 7/24 and everything inside Telstra has got to become digital first. Not even one. I could say mobile first, but it doesn't really matter because the mobile is just the device you're interacting with. Everything's got to be digital. But there's a far more important change we've got to drive within Telstra. You see, if we don't change the culture and the very way that we operate, we will never be successful. So what do I mean by that? Well, I think what's happening because of this technology, the way my children work, the way you work, the way I work, open and transparent environment where you put yourself out there. When you look at old corporate models, you know, corporations were bad. I'm sorry, there's media here. I've got to be careful. But the problem was with corporations, they were sort of like, you know, they were ivory towers. They were impervious to change, and they sat up there. Whereas this new world where everything's connected, everything's enabled, you know, people have power. You know, that's why, you know, we're on, you know, social media every day. That's why I'm on social media, because I learn. And it's about being a learning organisation, open and transparent. And that's a very, very different way to work. Very different way to work. You know, it's about not hierarchical structures. We used to call them about network structures, but it's about how you create teams of people who feel absolutely enthused and excited to get things done. Now, that's why the startup community is so exciting, because you can get things done quickly. So look, big is not nasty. Big can be good because it allows you to do lots of things, but you've got to act nimble. You've got to do things differently. So I think that this is what is really driving the change within Telstra more than anything else. And I think for many other organisations, by the way, it's an aspiration for us. You know, I would hate you to think that we feel like in any way we've arrived. We're novices in this, but we just feel it passionately that we have to continue to change and to move forward. I mean, even a simple thing that it's not really revolutionary. You know, we use Yammer internally, but 40,000 people, you know, they express their opinion. We have our own little internal social network. But I tell you, it's engaged people in a way that we could never have done before. You know, it was, you know, we have 9 levels of management and, you know, thousands of people. How do you create an environment where people feel empowered to communicate and to have great ideas? So, you know, that has just been things. So I actually think what this is enabling is a change that is more significant and more exciting than at any other point that I have known in my very short, you know, working career. And I think it is really getting to the very fabric of society. It's about how people shop. It's about how people interact with each other. And that's what you have the opportunity. And that's why I feel so strongly that Australia as a nation has got to step into this. We've got to be innovative. We've got to drive change, and we've got to be willing to be open out of Australia. And we've got to keep doing that as we go forward. But 3 little thoughts at the end, with all my excitement about what you're doing. There's 3 things I just want to leave you with. Digital, it's an integral part of what and who we are. And so, you know, sometimes we use the word digital to convey, but it is a part of everything. So digital is not optional. It's about how we are and who we are. And that's as much for government and every part of society. Secondly, and this is what I think is so powerful and why we're on a journey, the customer has to be at the center of everything you do. You see, technology of itself means nothing, as you know. It's about what you do and how you create digital intimacy, how you create a different experience or a different possibility for someone, an individual or an organisation, to do things differently. That's what customer-centred means. Now, yes, you need to have a smiling face, and yes, you need to have good service, but you need more than that. You need to innovate. You need to not let your problems become the customer's problems, but make it easier for the customer to do something. And that's why, you know, if you look at all the great apps that are really doing well around the world, they've found some secret source, some enablement that really allows the customer a different experience. So when you're thinking about the possibilities, you've got to have the customer right at the center of what you're doing. If you don't, all you will do is create another little bit of technology that's gee whiz. We, and that's us working together, we need to find ways that we can apply our collective wisdom, our collective knowledge to change and to move forward as a nation and as businesses, because this touches every part of every business. I don't care if you're a miner, a retailer, you're in the service organization, everything is subject to change. And that's what makes it so exciting. So exciting for startups, so exciting for large corporations, because if you grab the opportunity, you know, the world really is at your doorstep. So I do believe this is a unique moment in time. I think that I hope it's going to continue for a while, but it's for those who are willing to grow and not be satisfied with the status quo. So if I can leave you with one last message before Brian and Monty come up, you know, don't be satisfied, change. You know, let's see what we can really come out of this conference, because we're one of many conferences. You know, WITSNOP can do wonderful things, and I think it's really important for the future of Australia. So with that, Monty, let me throw you back to you and to Brian. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Well, thanks very much, David. Don't be satisfied, change. That's not only a life principle of mine, but incredibly motivating. So thank you. I'd now like to welcome to the stage Brian Solis from Altimeter Group. Brian's been part of our event since day one, 3 years ago now. Brian is the principal analyst with Altimeter Group, a best-selling author as well, and I know many of you have probably read Brian's books or seen a number of his interactions on social media. So Brian, please join us.
Thank you, Monty.
Go for it. Thanks, mate.
David.
Hi, Brian.
Good morning. Well done. Well done.
Thank you.
So as Monty said, this is my third time here, and I do want to open because I'm supposed to give you some tough questions. However, I'm a hopeless optimist, and I have a hard time doing that. I too also believe that these are pretty amazing times, and the one thing that I want everybody to understand is that David's story that we're going to talk about today, and the story of Telstra, is also a story that we hope inspires you with whatever you're working on or whomever you're working with, because change, I believe, is going to happen to us or because of us. And I think the message I took away from your presentation was, I think we need to be part of change, because the future isn't written. So I'm going to throw the first one out there. Yep. You're a 100-year-old telco company.
Right. 120 years old, I think.
I think at that point.
It doesn't matter. That's right.
But you are going through change, and you are going through transformation, and I'm sure it's not been easy. But I would love to hear from you why Telstra is going to succeed and compete for the next 100 years. What are you doing that's unique?
Well, it's a question that I ask myself a lot, Brian, because you can never assume, you know, what you were good at yesterday will be appropriate to the future. And so you've got to look to find the things that you think you really do, you know, as part of your purpose and your DNA. You see, we really believe in this whole question of purpose. Rather than a business model, we want to help people connect and to change their lives. So if we really focus on, I think our relevance is forever, because humanity is about connecting and about enabling to communicate in new ways. And while, you know, I think telcos have been traditionally known as utility, building infrastructure, that's not what we do. The reason we've been so successful 100 years, and I think going forward, is if we still keep focused on the customer, what their needs are in a connected world, make us relevant. Now, there's cultural aspects too to that. You know, about what makes a company like Telstra unique. You know, I mean, because connectivity's got to be national, it's got to have a sense of the community, and I think those values and that purpose of creating a brilliant connected future is what will keep us going in the future. Now, I could talk about why we're leading in LTE technology and why we're going to drive out new e-health systems, but actually, what at the really heart mean, even in e-health, it's about how do you deliver better health outcomes for people. That's what we're really interested in. And if we drive to that purpose, then I think the business will flow from there. So we've spent a lot of time thinking about that because, will there be 5G technology? Will there be, new fixed broadband technology? Will satellites, come down? Will balloons be in the sky? Yes, they will all be there. But what it's all about is connecting people to have a better life. And of course, that social purpose is very strong for us. When we came out with our purpose, to create a brilliant connected future for everyone, we really meant for everyone. Because, there's the unconnected 3 billion in the world. Imagine what life would be like without connection to the internet. And that's why you will get enormous disparities in the world unless we address that issue. But it also applies here in Australia. And I dare say some people in the room say, well, my fixed broadband's not good enough in some location. And I'll say, go and talk to NBN. But that's not what I meant to be talking about today. But that's what I think drives us more than any people. Do I need great thinkers? Do I need yes, yes, yes. But it's got to be for a greater purpose.
I'm going to come back to purpose because that's a word I don't think that we take seriously enough in business.
Yeah.
But before I do, I wrote a book called The End of Business as Usual, and in that book I introduced a topic called digital Darwinism, and it's based on when society and technology advance, businesses, in some way, shape, or form, they either react or they don't, and where they end up in the scale is sort of definitive for their future. Yeah. And that book, when it was translated for the Japanese market, they asked me to write a whole new beginning.
Right.
And the challenge was, can you tell us why Sharp, Sony, Panasonic, and the like all fell from grace? Right. And so I had to study it for a year to write this new forward. And this is a long form question, but I promise it's relevant. What I found was that they all failed for the very same reason. There was no ability to innovate because the business models were so focused within that the hierarchy of how those organizations were run and how they were structured would not allow them to compete against the likes of Apple. And it took failure, tremendous failure, for other Japanese companies to realize that maybe we can't do business as usual. Legacy, process, how are you changing from the inside out?
Well, I've got to say, Brian, I really agree with where you're coming from. And I also studied Sony, the one company in the world who should have built the smartphone, had more technology in its silos than any other company in the world. And along came one Steve Jobs and Apple and had a vision for what a customer could do and change the world. In terms of Telstra, I think Monty said we have a couple million people visiting the website every day. We have about 300,000, nearly sometimes 500,000 people calling us every day, 100,000 people shop. So there's scale. And so you do need process at a big company like ours. That's the truth. You can do quality circles, business process improvement, every process, Six Sigma. You need to do all that, but you also need to put yourself in the position of the customer. You see, a lot of, this thing that I talk a lot about, and it's really unusual for a company. Our number one business strategy is this thing called customer advocacy. And you say that's a strange strategy, really, because it's not really a strategy, but the one thing is what you refer to, you must put yourself from the outside in. You see, organizations and humanity, society has this ability to turn in on itself and only know that reality. And yet the reality is out there. So how do you keep turning a company outside in and not just doing it at a superficial, but right at the very heart of what you are? It's really hard because the instinct of people for security, meaning, all that stuff, they like it when they know the rules of the game. So you've got to change the world, and you've got to be a little bit bold. That's why we have Gerd and Monty around. They keep on changing the world. But you need people who are going to test you and drive you forward, and also creating a culture and values that, really. For example, a thing that I'm not saying everyone should do it, but it was a really thing. It was actually borrowed from Netflix, but it doesn't really matter. But we did away with expense accounts. Now, that may sound really small to you. Expense accounts are the absolute curse of a large organisation, you know, and the amount of stuff you do. So we've said, look, we trust you. We trust you to make the right decision. Now, if we find you don't make the right decision, we'll do something about it. But that very small act has actually changed the way people think about their role. Because what so happens in big companies is that there's application responsibility because they say, oh, well, you know, Gerd told me to do that, David told me to do that. And you want to turn it completely the other way and get people to own and be accountable and feel empowered to make a difference. And that's the culture you've got to create. And now, look, I think, you know, give, you know, the new Google, Amazon, Facebook, all those companies, they've done that. But how do you do it in a large company? And by the way, we have regulators and a lot of people who want to help us along the way. But that's what we're trying to do. So that's why I talk about the bigger change here being the way we work and the way we treat each other. You see, you can't treat customers well unless you treat each other well too. And I'm a great believer in that. So it's got to start internally to company. Now, if you create a company that you don't look after your people and you try to create an environment where you put the customers, it's just people, you know, antenna are very good. You know, they say that's BS. So you've got to have the sense of authenticity, and I think that's the bigger legacy you can create. However, you've got to do lots of different things on the way because process gets in the way, policy gets in the way. And so people say, oh, well, throw policy, you know, process away. That's not the answer. You need good process, but you need to do it to enable an outcome for the customer. So that's the way we do it.
All right, so we have time for maybe one more question.
Yeah.
And you're hitting the right chords. And a lot of us have to leave here today that don't have the opportunity to work for someone like you. So we have to work for people that might not see this opportunity. So I'm gonna ask you a tough question, and that's this. We all know about the 4 Ps of marketing. I think some of the Ps that have always been missing, and they're coming up in your conversation. One is promise, right?
Yeah.
What am I going to do, right?
Yeah.
Another one is purpose, of course.
Yeah.
But the other is people, right? And you talked in your presentation earlier that we have to empower people. We have to trust people. So the question is this: how do we go back to our organizations and get leadership to trust and to invest and empower people when they might not have the answers? They might have fear that their jobs or their positions or wherever they are might be eliminated or reduced because of digital Darwinism. What can we do as individuals to help empower not only ourselves but our colleagues and bring change from the bottom up?
Right. I wish I had the answers to it, really, Brian. I'm not sure I do. I can talk about some of the things we're trying to do because it is difficult. Because it doesn't mean when you trust somebody or you bestow trust on someone, that doesn't mean that performance management goes out the window. It doesn't mean that you don't hold people to very high standards. But to me, creating a trusting environment is being very clear about your purpose, what you stand for. And for us, that's being clear on the purpose and the values of a company that we stand for. And we, you know, look, everyone, I mean, you go into big organizations and you see the normal, you know, trust, respect, integrity, teamwork, and they're all very important. But we went back and, you know, we changed our values. So one was, you know, we went to, you know, rather than going to account, we said, trust each other to deliver. That was one of our values. We have it in your own companies is, you know, it's easy to stay in the status quo. So find your courage, not someone else's courage, your courage. What do you stand for within the context of the business? So, you know, I think it's sort of going back to some of those fundamentals and then empowering or letting people experiment. I do think that we've not solved, we still run a very big organization, and rightly so. I mean, things like every time we put a media release has to go through a policy, has to be reviewed, because if we said something that, you know, was inappropriate, the ACCC would look at us. So we have to have controls. People get very frustrated at that, but we need balance in there. So how do you make process work for you because it's a good thing? So that's what we're doing, but I think it goes back to those values and the type of leaders you have about, you know, leadership is about making people incredibly successful. they can do more than what they thought they could do, and enable them along the way. So it does come back to some really important, principles about life and organizations. It's like your own children. You want them to be successful. You can't tell kids what to do. They tell you to go somewhere else, But they are, and I think too often, and I know it's, there's sometimes, people who can't get out of poverty, etc. But in general, people are really capable. If you give them the opportunity, they rise and they do incredible. You can't just fluff it. You got to apply yourself, be disciplined, all that. And all that I know is we've got to keep.
Well, I'll tell you this. This is my third one. Hopefully, I'll be here for another year. Company. You're a very human company, and you, by what you do in the empowerment of the others around you. And I have been inspired by your journey. I come here to almost restart, go back to the States and go bash my head against the wall to try to get companies to change. So thanks for being an inspiration. Ladies and gentlemen, David Thodey.
Thanks, Brian. Thank you.
Thanks very much, mate. Thank you very much, David and Brian. A fantastic conversation indeed. So we're right into keynote mode here now, and we're going to welcome up our next speaker, Joe Fernandez, the co-founder and CEO of Klout. Now, a little bit of background on Joe and Klout. While Joe's jaw was wide shut for nearly 3 months after surgery, Joe began to develop a deep fascination with the evolution of influence within the social web. The way individuals could instantly broadcast questions, opinions, and ideas to their trusted network sparked his curiosity. In 2008, Joe started Klout in an effort to help all users understand, shape, and be recognised for their passions online. Joe grew up in Las Vegas and attended the University of Miami and Oxford University. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Joe Fernandez, co-founder, CEO, Klout. Thanks very much.
Wow. I guess before I get started, that was so awesome. When David got up and walked out, like 7 people jumped up and just like ushered him out. Like, that was cool. All right. Oh, yeah. All right. So just before I jump in, this is always helpful to set expectations. How many people know what Klout is? All right, a few. Cool. That's crazy. So I'm going to talk about Klout, how we got started, the kind of journey to building this standard of measuring influence. A little bit about where I think the world is going and how we frame kind of our thought process around what we're building. And then third, we were acquired about 6 months ago by Lithium, who's been a long-standing partner with Telstra. So we'll talk about what we're doing together. So Monty mentioned this sorry mug is me. Late 2007, I had jaw surgery, and my jaw was wired shut for like 3 months. So during that time, I couldn't speak at all. Like even my mom, my girlfriend, like nobody could understand anything I was trying to say. So I basically completely relied on social media. And early 2008 was early in social media. So Facebook was certainly in good standing, but Twitter was just getting going. And I had been using those platforms casually, just as a normal user. But when I had to depend completely on them, it really changed the way I thought about what these platforms meant, and how amazing it was that the people who trusted me the most, I could share with them my opinions on anything instantly, and vice versa. What they were saying, they could share it with me instantly, and it would have an impact. And this idea that word of mouth for the first time was scalable, and the data was there to actually measure it. So I got really obsessed with this. I was also stuck in my apartment and on a ton of drugs, so it felt like a really great idea. But and this is actually like kind of the start of it, this obsession of like, I went through every social network, and it's funny to think back to 2008 and see like Ning and MySpace and Brightkite and all these like long lost relics of the social web. But I was like going through and thinking about all the interactions and how people communicate and what they mean, and is that data available, and how would we start analyzing that? and started building the prototype of what cloud is. And my background is engineering, so I was stuck in my apartment just kind of hacking together a system. And it was kind of a crazy thing, because as I got unwired and I started telling friends what I was doing, and I was asking them, hey, quit your job, let's go do this together. Everyone said, this is a really stupid idea. What is Twitter? Who cares about who's influential or popular on Facebook? Like, what does this even mean? So I couldn't get anybody else to join me on this mission to understand the world's influence. I had a friend in New York who had married a woman in Singapore and moved there and opened an offshore development shop. So I actually offshored myself, and for 6 months went and lived in Singapore and slept on the couch in the office, and would sometimes crash at the developers' couches to go from alpha to beta version of Clout. This is actually the team in Singapore. We would get to drink and hang out, which was fun. But it was also, this is now turning into kind of fall of 2008. And I'm sitting in Singapore, and world financial crisis is happening. And I was basically paralyzed on that couch in the office of, holy crap, not in those words, but worse words, of in my mind, this was going to be smooth sailing. I'm going to build this, go get funding, and then it's off to the races. But in fact, the world financial system was melting down, and I was so screwed. I quit my job, sold everything to go build this, and there's no chance we're going to raise money. There's no chance I'm going to get a job. The system is melting down. It was kind of the scariest thing, but the best thing, in that it really forced me and then the team to, this had to work. And so we continued building, actually launched Clout, and this is how sophisticated our planning was. Picked Christmas Eve as a public launch date, so a big popular day for product launches. It was actually really funny. So when people would register for Clout, it was such, people talk about MVP, minimal viable product. This was so minimally viable that when people would register, it would send me an email. I would manually go into the system and download their data into Excel, run the algorithm in Excel, send them an email that says, hey, your Clout score is ready. And that's how the system started growing. So this is we publicly launched. So from Christmas Eve, I actually got invited. I was in New York City, back in New York from Singapore, to this New York Tech Meetup, which is a huge event in New York every month, 1,000 people, and 3 to 5 startups will get up there and present. And I'd barely even talked about Clout. I'd really, I told my few friends who told me it was a stupid idea. That was the only people I'd even talked about it. But I got invited to go present. And so I'm getting off the subway in New York, walking to this event thinking, oh my God, I'm going to get up in front of an audience of New Yorkers and tell them that I've developed the algorithm to determine how important everybody is. I was there's a video online of the presentation, and my hands are shaking and my voice is all over the place. But back then and still today, the story was, we want to understand the world's influence, but we believe every person has influence. This isn't about figuring out who's on the A list and who's on the B list. It's every person is influential about something to some people. We want to understand what that is and who those people they influence are. So from there, I got invited to present at South by Southwest. It was called the Innovators Showcase. And this was a huge, the fact that I got invited to this, then I was oh, it's on now. We're really good. I'm going to go to this. There's going to be thousands of people in the crowd. All of them are going to be VCs, definitely going to get funding. By this time, a friend had joined, and he was my co-founder. We go to Austin, spend the whole week leading up to this. It's on the last day in our hotel room practicing the presentation because we have 2 minutes. So practice. Get up to the presentation. We get chosen to go very first. There's literally 7 people in the audience. So I'm presenting to the judges, and they just like destroy me. The judges are like, this is a stupid idea. I think that's Guy Kawasaki, who's like, this will never work. Why'd you waste our time, and blah, blah, blah. So that was really awesome. And, but again, there was no choice. This had to work. So kept building, went from Singapore back to New York to LA, and was in LA working on this, and started thinking about, I need to go to San Francisco. Like, that's where everything is. I want to be close to Twitter. I want to be close to Facebook. So summer of 2009, start making that move up to San Francisco. Kind of side story here. This whole time, it's actually Klout.net. I didn't own Klout.com. And the first day I thought about the idea of Klout, I wrote down in my notebook, Klout with a K, and then kind of sketched the idea. That night, I went online and tried to buy Klout.com. Of course, it was taken. I traced who owned it, and I sent him an email. And I offered him $1,000, which was personal money, so that's like $10 million to me. And he basically laughed at me and said, yeah, right, I'm not selling this domain. He'd had it since like '96. So this is going on a year and a half. I keep emailing him, keep calling him, harassing him, like, hey, I want to buy that domain. I want to buy that domain. He's telling me, oh, it's $100,000. I won't sell it. I'm going to build something on it. I end up moving to San Francisco. The guy who owns the domain also lives in San Francisco. So I got my very first check from an angel investor for $25,000. The company had been running on nothing for a year and a half. So we had no money. We'd been basically borrowing our developers in Singapore. We weren't paying them. And our hosting, we weren't paying. So we were behind on everything. I took the check for $25,000 and I got cash for it and kept the cash in my apartment, which was definitely frowned upon by investors. But I was stalking this guy who owned Klout.com, and he tweeted that he was at a restaurant in San Francisco. I showed up at the restaurant with $5,000 in cash and said, hey, I'm the guy who's been harassing you for Klout.com. I'm never going to stop. And all his friends at the table are like, oh my God, what's going on? And I throw the cash on the table. We did the domain transfer right there at the table. And so I tweeted this as I walked out of the restaurant. So all this goes by, and everyone talks about a startup, and you got to come booming out of the gate, and all this stuff happens. For me, at least, it was definitely not like that. From launching on Christmas Eve to a year plus of just kind of stumbling along and no one knowing or caring, and building momentum kind of person by person. This was the very first kind of mainstream tech public notification was it's awesome that it was Brian recognizing. But I remember thinking I think I told my girlfriend if we could just get in TechCrunch one time, everything will be perfect. So to get this was awesome. And then we went through a phase where we were in TechCrunch every day, getting slammed for a million things. But it's still was building to this moment of public notice of what you're doing. And then we kept going, actually set up office in San Francisco. And this is our office. You can kind of see, that's basically the day-to-day scene of the team was pretty raw and how dirty and gross our office is. But the funny thing was, it was actually in Twitter's building. So move the company to San Francisco, want to be close to Twitter. You can't be more close than in their building. And the hack we did was I would keep a Twitter search running, and all these brands would tweet in San Francisco, really excited, stopping by Twitter HQ today. And I would just respond and say, hey, you should stop by Klout. We're on the first floor. And we just hijacked all these meetings from Twitter. We were 3 or 4 people, and we had the CMO of Coke in our office to present to him. We were we had celebrities, we had all these people coming by just from hijacking meetings from being in Twitter's building. And it was awesome because anytime, there was a lot of rumors back then, 2008, 2009, what's Twitter doing? Are they going to shut off the ecosystem? I would just get in the elevator and go ask somebody what's happening. So this was in like the New Yorker or something, and we built this cloud score, and it became this phenomenon of people obsessing about their score, and really crazy stuff. Like, I had to change my phone number because I was getting death threats because people's scores were dropping. Because when I built the company, it was literally in my bedroom and it was just me. When I filed all the paperwork to like incorporate, I just used my cell phone number. So if you Googled Clout phone number, my cell phone came up, and I would just get like hundreds of calls a day from people who were super pissed because their score had dropped. Like, I was on vacation, it's not fair, you guys are jerks. And I mean, all the way to the extent where we got one of the calls in an email was from Britney Spears' manager, and actually came to our office and spent the day with a whole team of people. There was like 4 or 5 like digital strategists from Britney Spears' team with her manager, her lawyer, all these people. They were mad that her score was lower than Lady Gaga's and wanted to like understand what we were doing. I got an email from an NBA player from the Golden State Warriors who said, "Hey, can I meet you?" And I was like, "Yeah, of course, I'll hang out with an NBA player." So we went to dinner, and he said, "I'm really pissed. I was up for an endorsement for a watch company, and they chose another NBA player, and they said it was because that person had a higher clout score." And he wanted to know, like, what he should do. I said, "Just don't kill me." So, over those 6 years, it's been 6 years since Clout started, a lot of evolution. Whole social world is constantly changing. New platforms, new networks, new behaviors, and we try to stay on top of that. So the algorithm's constantly changing, the behavior of kind of what we encourage in the system is changing. The biggest thing is we've really made this move from Clout as a judge, Clout trying to judge how influential you are, to Clout as something that can help you be a better content creator. The framework I always think about it is you're influential because of how people interact with the content you create. So if we can help you produce better content, we can help you be more influential, help you have a better impact on the world. And we think of ourselves as a consumer company. We had a decision early on of, do we just scrape social data so we could sell it to businesses so they can do different things to their customers? And we actually took a very opposite approach, where we look at it as we work for the influencers. We work for the individuals. We want them to understand the power of their content, the power of their words, the power of their voice. David talked a lot about this, is like the individual is now, the whole system has flipped, and each individual has power they've never had. We wanted them to understand this and benefit from it. So we work with those influencers who come to Clout to understand their score and build it. And then companies can pay us to connect with those people. So we don't sell data, we sell interaction, and the user always opts into that interaction. For consumers of the content creators from Twitter, and we're now using Clout scores now ingest about 14 different social networks. But just thinking about Twitter, it's really only about 5% of people on Twitter create about 70% of the content. And almost all of those people are registered Clout users engaging with our platform. A huge amount of data that we process. So 15 different social networks. Over 12, it's actually getting closer to 13 or 14 billion pieces of data every single day to understand the Clout score. And it's not just the score. What we help them do is find the relevant influencers. So a great example would be, so we work with Audi. Audi has the new A8. They want people influential, not just about cars, but also design and technology and things relevant to Audi's brand. We'll find those people that should know about it, should be talking about Audi, and we'll put them in an A8. So we have a Clout Perks program where people influential about the right topics actually get the A8 for like a week. And we tell them, you could say anything you want. You could say you love this product, you can say you hate it, you could say nothing. We just want the right people having the experience and to enable them to tell that story. So that's what Klout is right now and kind of how it got started. I'll talk a little about where, at least I think, the world is going. And this is a question I get when I meet with brands. They're asking me, like, what should we do about this platform? And what are you guys seeing on that platform? Instagram expert, and oh crap, now we need a Snapchat expert. And what is Snapchat? And like, where can we even find these people? And even agencies can't keep up with these. And I just think it's a treadmill you can't possibly keep up with. And even if you have content for your brand across all these platforms, it wouldn't matter because consumers don't trust you. They don't trust brands. They trust each other. They trust their community. We trust our friends. We trust people we feel are just like us. We don't want to hear from brands. So I believe we're kind of at the last stand. Not that it's going to go away, but I think we've reached the pinnacle of mass marketing. I think when you look at super, super granular targeting that is kind of down to the smallest niche. You think of demand-side platforms. You think of content marketing, which is actually helpful marketing. Like, there's just not a lot more you can squeeze out of mass marketing. So what's next in my mind is it's all about people. It's all about these connections. And how can you have every single platform? You need to find the people that are whose passions are overlap with the what's important to your brand, and you need to empower those people. Let them tell the story because they'll know where to tell it. They'll know what networks people are listening on, and they'll know how to use those networks in ways we won't. And it may be any of those networks that we even talked about. It may be an email listserv. It may be a community. It may be a million different things that we don't know about. But these people who are trusted leaders with reputation in these topics will know. Then you need to build relationships with those people. It's not, everyone's caught up with like, oh, how many CPMs do we get, and how many, what's our reach, and overly focused on this, on the spreadsheet and the ROI and the, what's this buy, what did we exactly get out of it, and it's not enough about, this one-to-one-to-many marketing that is where you piggyback on the trust and the reputation and build a relationship that lasts for years with an individual. And finally, that trust comes with giving up control. You have to give up control of your brand voice and let people, enable people, encourage people to tell the story for you. And they're going to tell it in ways that you may not always be comfortable with, but it's going to have the impact that you just can't have. So I'll go through a couple examples of each of these. The benefit, though, of kind of this system is you really do get authentic content. When you get people who feel like they have a relationship with your brand, when they have trust in a community, when they're the right people talking about you, the authenticity is off the charts. You're going to reach people you just can't reach. Our attention is so fragmented across all these different platforms that where can you spend money to reach everybody? And the algorithms on these networks kind of determine if you get to be seen or not. And then we talked about that. It's a people-centric world, not a brand-centric world. So a great example of this was a few years ago. Famous example, I'm guessing most people have heard about this. Peter Shankman, kind of noted tech personality, tweeted something. I think he was on a plane, and he said, hey, I'm going to land in Chicago or wherever he was, and man, a steak from Morton's would hit the spot. And they showed up there waiting for him with a steak. And he wrote about it and was like, I cannot believe this happened. The story of it just went crazy. I mean, this article is from CBS News. It's just, Morton's could never say that there is no ad buy for this. This is real, authentic experience. I love this. This is a company called Shoot in the US that I know Brian's well aware of, we're friends with. they're looking at visual advertising, and people are taking pictures with your brand, and enabling the brand to go on and ask for permission. And that's kind of first step to building a relationship with the consumer and saying, hey, I love what you're doing. I love this picture. Can we start using it for ourselves, and can we build a relationship? And they're able to show an 8x increase in brand affinity once that first interaction from a brand happens. And great example of brands leveraging those relationships and that user-generated content. This is a clout program all around enabling consumers to tell the story. So American Airlines, a year or so ago, did a complete rebrand. They redid the logo. They kind of, full rebrand. And with that came, they redid all of their first-class lounges. So, I certainly don't get to hang out in the first-class lounge. Most of us don't get to see those. And they wanted the story to get out of how cool these new lounges were. So if you had a clout score above 55, even if you weren't flying American Airlines, you got access to the first-class lounge. You just had to go in and show your score. And they got crazy amount of content, almost 27,000 pieces of content created in a month from people traveling around the world going into these American Airlines lounges. And whether they're checking in on Foursquare, or of course you're going to share a picture on Instagram of you lounging in the first class, drinking a beer, and killing all the free snacks. So they got tons of reach, tons of authentic content across every different target group they can imagine hitting by enabling people to tell that story for them. Of course they did advertising about their new lounges, and of course there was press about it, but this hit just so many more people when your friend, your coworker, when somebody in your social feed and you see that picture and you say like, oh my gosh, how did you get in that lounge? What was it like? And you could have that real conversation between trusted friends about it. It's just so much more real and powerful. This is another clout program. Yoplait introduced a new Greek yogurt, and Chobani is kind of, in the US at least, the big company in that space that owns Greek yogurt. So they wanted to do a new take on, and we sent them each the Chobani and the Yoplait yogurt and this little container where they could put them both in and mix it up and not know which was which, to do a taste test. Each person could do a taste test on these yogurts. And to the Coke and Pepsi, the taste test is a long-standing marketing tradition, but to do it through people who are trusted, passionate people in those spaces and enable them to tell the story for you. So they have a program. They have 25 influencers that are, they wanted African-American influencers, people influential about health, just food and lifestyle in general. And they're giving those people early access to new General Mills products. And all they want is feedback. They'll ask them, hey, do you like the packaging? Do you like this commercial? Do you like that? And one of the people in the program loved it so much, he created a song for Cheerios about how Cheerios made him feel. Cheerios then bought the rights to the song from him and turned it into a national campaign. So you develop the relationships with these influencers. You seek where we are now, Clout and Lithium as a joint company, we're focused on this change going on around us where there's so many cool companies raising the bar every day on our expectations. So like, it's crazy and awesome. To an Amazon where you could ship stuff, and now in San Francisco, more and more it's that day stuff is showing up at your house. So our expectations are increasing, but our trust in brands is constantly decreasing. We either don't trust them or we just literally block them out. And we go online, we search, we ask our friends, We do everything we can to not have to call the brand and dial that number and get stuck in a call center to have to talk to people. We just want to know, what do people like me think about this? How are people dealing with this? Can somebody help me? Does somebody have the information I need? So Lithium build, enable to create a space where consumers can engage with each other and can have real discussions. So we're making that process of finding the information you need easier. Lithium, it does it on-site within the community of a brand. Clout is able to understand across the internet who are the people that you can talk to, that should be talking about this. How do we get that information out to the world? So kind of our ecosystem we have a product called Wave for people within a company, brand, customer support folks. We have the communities, which are, we're really fortunate with great partners like Telstra and hundreds of brands around the world using this for on-site, white label company branded experiences where customers can interact with each other. And then Clout understands who are the people in the company. We've got hundreds of millions of consumers every month across our platforms interacting with the various brands. And that's where we are in this world, and I really appreciate this. This is my first time in Australia, so it's awesome to be here and get to share this with you guys. So thank you very much. I think we have a few minutes for questions, right, Monty? Or?
Yeah, we do. We've got time up our sleeve. Time up our sleeve. Well, thanks very much, Joe. Please join me in thanking Joe Fernandez.
Great. Thank you.
Inspiring story. Super inspiring story. So I know probably at times my wife wishes my jaw was wide shut for 3 months. So.
I am always worried that if we don't hit our numbers, my investors are just going to break my jaw to make me have another good idea.
Fantastic. So we have actually got a couple of minutes for questions, and courtesy of our good friends at IE Agency, there is a lounge space that will be open during the morning tea and lunch break, just out to the left when you're leaving for the breakout areas, where Joe will be available for some questions. Now, it might be a little tricky. I'm not sure whether we've got roving mics here ready to go, but if there are any burning questions, let's have them, guys, and we'll...
Thanks a lot, Monty and Joe. Paul Wallbank, freelance writer. Just to kick off with, Joe, do you ever get frustrated with brands or agencies misusing Clout as a tool?
Yeah, every day. I think the worst to me, there's a lot of things I see that I don't love, but the worst to me is people get hyped. This Clout score, I think, has been our best asset and worst enemy. It's great. It's a 1 to 100 score, helps you understand your influence. It's easily digestible. You can argue about it. You can compare it. You can make decisions around it, whatever. But it betrays the value of everything we're doing kind of below the surface, understanding the topics, understanding where somebody's influential, understanding who they engage with, the methods they communicate through. And we provide all that data out. And when I see people try to oversimplify in terms of making decisions without pulling as much context together as possible, I think it leads to bad outcomes. Clout is not meant to be something. It's meant to provide context. It's not meant to do people's jobs for them and make you not think. So the idea is, I love when people take Clout in context with a bunch of stuff and make appropriate decisions. A great example, what we tell companies, a lot of times customer service gets tied into Clout, where a cool example is in Las Vegas. It's tied into some of the hotel reservation systems. So you go check into a room, their system hits our API and tells them your Clout score. And they make a decision of oh, you have a high Clout score, we're going to give you Cirque du Soleil tickets, or we're going to upgrade your room. Because they want you at the end of the weekend saying, I just had an amazing time at the MGM or the Wynn or wherever it might be. But I don't want it to be an excuse to give people bad service. And my belief is every person deserves great service. There's just certain people who have developed a voice and a reputation and an audience that you need to partner with, and you need to go, even a step further. But does that happen or no?
In what I can only describe as a shameless bid to increase my personal clout score, we've deployed the selfie stick, so bear with us just for 1 minute. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Joe. That was awesome. Shameless indeed. Shameless indeed. So, the last of our keynotes before we can grab a coffee this morning comes from a man who's actually not just too far off the stage. I'm just going to push forward and we're going to hear a lot about digital Darwinism. We're going to hear about the end of business as usual and digital transformation. So please welcome a loyal supporter of the Australian Digital Summit, back to the stage, Brian Solis. Thanks, man. Take it away. The clicker's just there.
Hopefully I get a selfie stick, actually. Get Joe back on and increase my cloud score as well. So I think last year when I was here, I said something along the lines of nothing screams innovation like a PowerPoint presentation. And you're welcome. I have another one for you. But as we're getting sort of in the throes of digital and transformation and the future of change, I wanted to share a quick story, though, about my approach to PowerPoint, because I think it's sort of reflective of how we need to think leaving here. There's a quote by Blaise Pascal, a famous French philosopher, among other things, and the quote was something along the lines of, if I had more time, I would have written you a shorter letter. And there's so much beauty and potency and relevance in that statement. And it's that we move so fast, right? We're all so busy. In fact, if you see anyone here that you haven't seen for a while today, maybe during the coffee break, and you say, how are you? Chances are the response you're going to get is, I've been so busy. And you start to think, well, have I not been busy? Is someone busier than I am? And the point of this is that we are all so busy, but we have the same amount of time in the day that Leonardo da Vinci had. And it's what we do with that time that is going to impact or shape how change plays out from here. And when I share a PowerPoint with you, I want you to know that everything that's on it was written as if I had enough time. Because you and I have to leave here today and do something about it. And that's relentless, and it's never going to end, and those are all good things. And as David said earlier today, this really is an exciting time to be alive. And if we could blow this up to mirror, that would be great. There's a common theme out there. You saw me earlier here with David. I had a clipboard. For those who've never seen one, it's this device that holds a piece of paper in place. And what's crazy is that it's actually bigger than an iPad. There was a video that I shared last year about a 1-year-old baby who was just very much in tune with an iPad. Just could use it as if she was born using it. And at the end, her father made an observation that he had given her a magazine to play with after the iPad, and she tried to pinch and zoom and swipe, and it didn't work very well, and threw it aside. And her father made this observation that a magazine is an iPad that doesn't work. And that has struck me so deeply that I want to share with you why, and it's basically the theme of everything that we're going to talk about today. Because we really do approach decisions and strategy and processes and policies and whatever we do next from an inherently analog first perspective, because it's who we are. It's actually what's in our DNA. And we've had to learn every digital revolution, every digital transformation story that's been told to make it second. Inspire you with this. What happens when we give to what we think should happen? I'm a digital analyst. I study disruptive technology, but I'm also a digital anthropologist. Not because that was something that was available at school, it still isn't. It's because I had to, because I couldn't make sense of all of the technology changes that were happening, that were increasing with speed and acceleration and craziness too, by the way. Some of these things I still can't understand. But what I did find in all of it was the story of you and me, the story of our kids, the story of our friends and family who were using technology and showing us what was new, and to some of us, what was absolutely absurd. I mean, the fact that there's a selfie stick is just, just wonderful. But it is what it is. And I could look at this from an analog first perspective and say, gosh, you know, in my day, that was narcissistic. But today, it's almost like a selfie is a human emoticon, right? You're sort of sharing your moment, you're sharing an event with someone else. And that's where this story begins. In my day, we had 9 planets. We decided one of them wasn't a planet anymore. And I still can't stop laughing when I hear the name of that planet, so I won't share it with you. However, it's that perspective that works against me. It's that perspective that works against me as a digital analyst, as a digital anthropologist, as an author, as a PowerPoint master. It is this opportunity where we can see things differently. And this is actually what I am inspired by. I can't tell you how many people out there that I read that really claim to know the future, that write about the future as it will be this, as if we have these top 10 things we need to do leaving here to create the future we want, or the best practices from other companies that are defining the future. I am supposed to be an expert in the space, and I will tell you that I don't know exactly what the future is going to be, and that's the point. It's not written yet. It is not written yet because you and I are actually writing this story as we go. Some of you I've had the opportunity to work with, some of you have been in my research, and I've gotten to hear your stories behind the scenes of just how frustrated you are. I run a conference every year that really helps businesses change, study the future, and build change from the inside out. In 1 year alone, this year from last year, we've had almost a 40% turnover in our email list from people leaving their jobs. That is unheard of. And a lot of it is because there's this dream of grass being greener by going to another company, that they were just so frustrated where they were, they couldn't bring around the change. But as David said earlier today, we're going to have to empower ourselves. We're not going to have to wait for empowerment. And if that means that you cannot do that where you are, then perhaps we have to think about where you write your future. Because again, change is going to happen to you or because of you. People do not know what the future is going to be. This is the famous dashboard. And I share it with you because the future, if you look at the top line, is next year. And next year, this was written by some of the best in Hollywood. Next year was supposed to look like this. I still don't have a hoverboard. Now, granted, there's time, but something tells me I'm not gonna do that. As a technologist, as a digital analyst, you're not really gonna hear technology from my presentation, nor will you ever really see it in my work. I take briefings from companies all the time. I have to think about it. I have to process it. I've had the opportunity to work with Joe over the years. I still work with companies to help sort of define innovation and the future of all of this. But what I actually believe is at the heart of the matter, it's going to be told differently, is the fact that innovation doesn't have to mean technology. Innovation doesn't have to mean what next, for example, the iPad, which we had an announcement with, or the iPhone, which we had an iteration. How are we going to do something differently based on what we did yesterday, tomorrow? Innovation, innovation is driven by a higher purpose. And I can confidently and promise you that a lot of the best businesses in the world mistake a mission statement or a vision statement with purpose. But there is no mistake. They are not the same thing. In fact, a lot of times when I read a mission or a vision statement from a company, marketing wrote it. And it was edited by legal. Oh, we can't promise that. That's a liability. But as you heard in not just David's words, but in his voice, someone who was genuinely sharing with you the purpose of his work and his vision and the purpose of why he comes to work every day. A lot of us don't have that. And a lot of us are stuck in organizations, or even for you executives here, a lot of us confuse leadership with management. They're not the same thing, not even close. And this is that time where we need leadership. We need leadership to help us understand what the purpose is. Why is all this change happening to us, and what are we going to do about it? Leadership is something, by the way, that doesn't have to come. Leadership is something that can come from us, from the middle, from the bottom, from the left to right, outside in, inside out. Because that day when you come to work, coffee in hand, sitting down for another daily edition of The Grind, that day when you sit down and you log on and an executive comes down, sits on your desk and says, "Oh, I had a revelation last night. I dreamed that everything that you said was coming to life right now. Everything you told us about over these years and that we never did anything about, we're ready to go right now. So what do we do next?" That's really not going to happen. It's not. And that's what inspires me, is because of all of those people who left in our database, of a lot of you whom I've had the opportunity to interview, a lot of people who aren't in this room that I've interviewed in research over the years, I became less of an analyst and more of a therapist, and I'm not kidding. Because as I was interviewing, I could hear that the level of frustration, just first of 2 reports, a couple of those had left. Quite well known. Easy to Google if you want to know who it is. But that's where we begin, is to realize that empowerment begins with us. The future begins with us. What we write begins with what we do. That we represent, or that we know of, or that we work with, have technology deployed throughout the organization that was invented before the browser. And as ridiculous as that is, it's also true. But as we make investments in new technologies and we're looking at all of these new trends and innovative opportunities, we're building upon a legacy of yesterday. We're adding to basically things that suck and that don't work and have no relevance in today's world of business or society, because that's the way it's been done. That's the way it's always been done. That's the process, that's the procedure, those are the boxes done before. And it's so true. Oh, I feel it in my gut every time I hear this. And you know what I'll get? I get this all the time. So, Brian, what we'd like you to do is we'd like you to assemble for us what the best companies, Starbucks, Zappos, you name it, the usual suspects, we will do something about it or not, but at least we know what the best practices are. And they'll say, hey, I've got to get a paycheck. I'll do that for you. Sure. I'll get smarter in the process, of course. But if it was easy, if it was boiled down into best practices, if it was really that simple, then anybody could do this. The future is unwritten because no one is taking the chances to write it. This is our opportunity. Innovation actually begins right here with us and what we decide to do about it. It's not going to happen unless we take the first step. And let me tell you something else. It's not just about what you're going to do next. It's actually deeper than that. It's more philosophical, more soulful even. Innovation begins with how we think, in what we see, with what we do, with how we do it, why we do it. Innovation begins with us, internally. That is right there, the opportunity for not just the future, but it is in that moment when innovation begins with us and we realize it and we accept it. And it is because of that. Because you have an opportunity to do something that your parents didn't have the opportunity to do, that generations before us didn't have the opportunity to do. We have the ability right now to change where all of this is going. We've written about it. We've talked about it. Over the years, certain companies, Buster, Uber, and it's because sometimes we get so caught up in the process and the legacy of the way we've always done things. And someone else comes along and says, why do we do that? Why couldn't we just start from the beginning? David said digital first. David said that you can't just be satisfied with what and how you've done things before. That's what this is about. Telstra is actually a very interesting example of a modern enterprise, a company that is changing because of trends, but changing in how it invests in people and process and purpose, and then uses technology to scale all of that work so that you create new value, so that you inspire new demand, that you rethink efficiency and scale so that you can actually become resilient. Business models today lack adaptability. They lack elasticity. And that was what they were designed to do, by the way, to put things in process and put things in check. But that's not okay because we are getting slammed. Download. I'll share with you just how extreme it is, right? As a digital analyst, I'm supposed to track certain trends. And I'm supposed to watch when they're about to become disruptive. Not trendy or emergent, but when they're actually going to impact or change how we do things. For example, cloud was very interesting as it was coming up, but suddenly it changed how you thought about social media as a user, and it changed how brands think about influencers and marketing and advertising. It disrupted the space. So disruptive impact on society, culture, business, even other technology companies and other startups. At the heart of this, it's real time, it's social, and mobile. These are the three things that are driving everything. And around that is the cloud. But around that is everything. Apps and big data and small data and ephemeral messaging and gamification and the second screen versus the first screen and off, all of these other things. Platforms, alternative currencies, mass personalization, crowdfunding. Oh, and then when I finished that list, then there was more. The on-demand economy. Oh my goodness, 1.6 billion invested just last year alone because somebody needed an app to get a tamale right away. Not kidding. Inspiration. I shared that with you because it's overwhelming. I said earlier, customer first perspective. And we all say that. I'll be honest with you. I don't think I've ever heard an executive that said, you know, Brian, we actually don't care about our customers. What do you think about that? Together. But, and even in Joe's presentation, 66%, I think it was, will not call a call center. They will go anywhere and everywhere to get their answer. But having to call a company, now I'll give you an example. I needed to cancel my stepdaughter's cell phone account recently just because we moved her over to a different provider. It took me 15 minutes to work up the nerve and stomach to endure what I knew was going to be at least an hour. Thinking about canceling my account from that person to be transferred to this person, the deeper you go, it's like the movie Inception. Because you know you're going to end up in that retention department where they're going to sell you, oh, how about if we buy you a new house? Would you stay? And you know that you're going to go through this maze, and you know that at some point your call's going to be dropped, or the person that you were transferred to didn't get the memo from the last call, so you got to start 2014. Conversations from the people around you about what they're finding fascinating in this conference, and we still have to deal with that bullshit. I can't believe that people that we know are actually behind those decisions because we lost who we were along the way in business, because we got caught up in the machine. And my good friend Doc Searles had said, isn't that ironic that CRM does not stand for customers or relationships at all? It's just about how we manage scale, and that's where things go wrong. This is about you and me and people and our aspirations and our expectations and our ambitions and the things we value and the things we trust. And it's a story that starts with us first, yet we don't bring that perspective into the office. And our managers and our executives are conditioned and they're rewarded to squash that empowerment. I know so many people who have left Australia for the States or for Europe because they'll say things like, I just can't push forward. This culture, this society doesn't want to change unless it has to change. And I said, no, that's an excuse. That's everywhere. That's everywhere. This is about inspiring the type of outcomes, the types of actions, the types of behavior we want to see. And we can either keep trying to manipulate it or we can inspire it. That's why this story of change is not about technology. Aspiration, values, trust, those are all human. Those are all things that we have to start to build business models around. Understanding who we're trying to earn relevance with. Understanding what's different about the digital customer and the digital employee who take a digital first, just as a matter of being human, a digital first stance, where some of us take an analog first stance. Just going to let that one sink in there for a moment. 67%, and this number goes up every year, of the buyer's journey, your customer's journey, or even your employee, traditional advertising, traditional marketing, traditional sales, it's just not first. And so this, again, reminds us that when you're reaching someone who's digital first, you don't just have to capture their attention, you have to grab it and hold it and lead them through very interesting, not just journeys, but opportunities and moments of truth to take action. For those who had an opportunity to see my book last year, WTF, which stands for What's the Future? That was intentional, by the way, just so I could use WTF on the cover. I studied the design of books, and I said, hey, you know, here I am, an author, it's my 6th book. I'm going to write another one. Except I took a people-first perspective and a digital-first perspective and say, why would I write another book that's just going to be the same rectangle, the same Times New Roman font, the same paper? Why couldn't I rethink what a book should be in a digital world? What could a print learn? So the idea was, start with the end in mind and work to a new beginning. And one of the interesting stats that I had found was this. 6 minutes is the average time a teenager, and I remember thinking, whoa, it's crazy. 6 minutes? That's a lot. Imagine what you can do in 6 minutes. And it's just how society is moving. See, because that's funny, right? But to them, it is the best party ever. And they're telling each other that. In fact, Bonnie, I'm sure this is how dinner will be tonight. So on May Day, there were revolutions. And of course, there were also selfies, because in the moment of danger, that's what you have to do, is take a selfie. And not only do you have to take a selfie, but you have to act like you're frightened. Look at those expressions. I live in Northern California, and just 300 or 400 miles south is Hollywood. And if you ask just the younger generation, the connected generation, who are the top 10 celebrities in the world, 6 of them are Vine stars and YouTube stars that you and I have never heard of. That's crazy. And these people have figured out how to become a celebrity on their own Some of them making upwards of $5-6 million just from their YouTube videos before all of the endorsement deals and everything that comes across from it. So we're watching society change right before our eyes, and we're not changing along with it. There can be no presentation without cats. I'm just sure of it. 27 cats that have had a worse day than you. Number 11 is going to blow your mind, but number 22 will stop you in your tracks. By the time you get to break, you're probably all going to have a story just like that in your Facebook timeline. I didn't do it, by the way. That's just life. But I share this with you because that headline is not only artful, it is scientific. And companies like Upworthy and BuzzFeed have spent a lot of time, a lot of money, and a lot of resources to think about how not to get just something in front of you, right? Because that's not good enough anymore. Now they have to get you to consume it and share it. Because you and I, whether we signed up for this or not, have now become the new distribution networks for media. It's funny, but I want you to think about what the Wall Street Journals of the world or the New York Times of the world now have to compete against. I went to journalism school, and we were taught very rigid standards around headlines and lead-ins, and very journalism, the very art and science of journalism, is also threatened because society is learning now to appreciate content differently. We can't really have a day without an animated GIF. We can't really have a day without an infographic. So storytelling has to now be different to cater to the fact that we don't have the attention spans that we used to, or that the way we find information interesting is different than the way we used to. So now they're having to compete. But I can assure you that they're still having conversations internally that say, we should take a firm stance against change, because the way we've always done things can't succumb to this, but it is. I work with some of the most famous gum companies in the world, or some of the most famous magazines that you've all read. And in the checkout, where a lot of their impulse sales happen, they're totally declining. Decades of business and process are now going. You have to see who liked your selfie from aisle 2, right in front of the frozen section. And so now they're panicking because they're trying to figure out how do they fix this impulse buy moment. They haven't yet accepted that it's no longer an impulse buy moment. That's where change begins, is you can't just keep trying to figure out how to iterate. Innovation is about doing things differently. We're all witnessing the death of traditional television because we keep thinking that a television is that thing that hangs on your wall. But as Telstra will tell you, your television is your phone or your tablet or whatever you have, and you're not necessarily going to need a television subscription. You're just going to want to get content on demand. This is happening. It's called OTT around the world. We've had a bunch of really big announcements in the United States that are just rocking the industry. But think about this. We're also the last generation to even know what a standard phone line in your house was, right? And yet, every day, I still talk to executives who think that at some point we're going to go back to rotary phones. I think that's what they think anyway. So society is, again, changing, and we keep looking at the problem the wrong way, when in fact what we have to look at is what is at the heart of the matter. Tesla isn't just innovative because it's making a really cool car. They're disrupting everything about the car business. That's a wall of their patents. And as David alluded to earlier, Tesla did something that was a bit unheard of. They opened all of their patents to the automotive industry for the sake of pushing the electronic car movement forward faster. Why would you give away all of your secrets? Because it's a rising tide mentality. It's a sharing economy. It's a collaborative economy. It's a maker economy. It's the only way to generate momentum, and it's completely counterintuitive. Or the fact that in San Francisco, Uber has taken out such a huge chunk of the taxi business that it's scaring drivers into finding new careers, because they have to. But it's not new that getting a taxi in San Francisco was a horrible experience, if you could even get one. I've had taxis tell me, oh, no, I'm sorry, I'm not going that way. What business are you in? Or the fact that science has been done, or research has been done, that shows if you own a mid-sized car and you drive it less than 10,000 miles a year, that it's actually cheaper and probably a bit more sane to take an UberX to and from work. So many things are happening in real time that we don't necessarily understand, but it's happening. And really, the root of the opportunity is just asking why. Why is this happening? Why do you spend more nights and more money at a destination if you stay at an Airbnb place rather than a traditional hotel? And the whys start to tell us everything. In my last research report, I had an opportunity to talk with David, who's in charge of the digital customer experience at General Motors. And he said this: what's best for customers is best for us. But that's not traditionally how the automotive industry has thought about it. Whoa. What? Thought you were customer-centric. To admit that is to recognize that you have to change. And that's what they're doing. And it's not easy. But all of this is creating new supply, new demand, and new behaviors as a result. And it's all based on the ability to curate products or people onto a platform that is based on what Joe knows very well, reputation. So you rate your Uber driver rates you. And that forms trust. And trust is becoming a currency. And that means that business is becoming human. And that means that we have to start to question everything. We have to start to question, why do we do things this way? Just because it's always been done that way doesn't necessarily mean that that's how transformation is going to begin, or that doesn't mean that that's the way innovation is going to begin. Asking why, I believe we need to ask why more often. It's not because you're a rebel. It's not because you're a revolutionary. It is simply because you recognize that the why we've done things, the way we have done them all along, is getting us to this moment. And yes, we're profitable right now, but we are not competing for right now. We are competing for the future, and the future is changing. And we're seeing it in everything. And there's so much data and so much evidence out there that we could even rival one of the best product design companies in the world. They use a system called design thinking, and it's all based on these principles. Design thinking is the antithesis to critical thinking, which is what we all have in our businesses today. We talk ourselves out of doing things because of fear, because of just not wanting to take risks. Start to question everything. You can innovate. Most of us haven't even seen a floppy disk in our life. Yet we click it every day. I saw a funny cartoon that was a little boy holding a floppy disk, and he went up to his dad and said, "Dad, this is so cool. You 3D printed the save icon." It's not just a coaster. It's not just a coaster for your coffee. But keep going. Keep questioning everything. Why is the paste icon a clipboard? Or for those who have the iPhone Plus, go into landscape mode and look that you'll see a new button that's essentially a glue going out onto what's supposed to be a piece of paper. That's the new paste button. That's old school. Or voicemail. It's the last time you've seen tape. Or videos, a film strip. Or this. This is a television guide from 1971. And those in advance, so we would knew what to watch and when. So my local provider in San Francisco is one of the most innovative cable companies out there. And they said, you know what? If we question everything and we have a chance to innovate here for a digital screen, for a digital customer, we could take that TV guide and make it look like that TV guide. We're not questioning why enough. We're not changing enough. We're going home and we're using smartphones all that has 100 buttons on it, but not even one. You need several for that device and that stereo. But if you give it to a digital-first customer and you say, here, control this, it would not be a brick with 100 buttons on it. So who in their right mind thought that this was the best way to do it? So to them, it's just natural to think, I would have approached this differently. It would have been innovative instead of changing or innovating is in the evolution of the remote control. Ladies and gentlemen, it has always sucked. I was old enough to remember having to get up from a couch and turning a knob. So to me, something that allowed me to change the channel without burning calories was exceptional. But it's only gotten worse as time progressed. And at each time, I guarantee you, the teams thought they were making it more innovative. Oh, it's slimmer. We have lights behind the buttons. Longer battery life. But digital transformation says this isn't good enough. We can't keep doing this. It's slow, it's inefficient, it's ineffective. We still invest in technology to support silos within our organization instead of bringing people together to work together, because customers only see one brand. They don't see all these departments, yet we subject them to old standards of doing business because we haven't prioritized it. We haven't created a sense of urgency because we haven't deemed it important enough to change. And so when I gave businesses, I studied for a year some of the best companies in the world and how they're changing and how they're being innovative, one of which is Westfield. Andy, thank you for being part of the research. But it also included Starbucks, Intuit, a lot of the biggest companies out there. Lego, which is another one, was fascinating. They all define business. And so the definition for digital transformation in my research was just focused. It can't take on enterprise-wide change. We're just trying to change or look at change from the customer perspective. And so I went on my second research report to then look at all of the companies based on a definition of how are you changing? How are you investing in new technologies or processes or systems that are competing for the digital customer? Are you making investments on this front? And 88% had said yes. It's through the roof. 88% said we are changing. We are making investments in new technology and processes and systems to compete for the digital customer. But then only 25% had actually looked at the digital customer journey. But those 25% didn't really look at the digital customer journey. They made decisions based on assuming what the digital customer journey was. For example, things like mobile first, second screen, responsive design, adaptive design. That's a shame. And so that's why things like Uber and Airbnb and new companies that rise up every day can take down giants, because they are actually the ones shaping or responding to how behavior and expectations are changing. Even companies like Ford told us, hey, we used to add digital onto the way we've always done things. And not until recently did we make a shift to then add how we've always done things, to rethink it, and then add what we should be doing to our digital investments. And it all starts with a question. What would my digital customer do? And how is it different than my traditional customer? And when you ask that question, it's like asking why. You start to get answers. And when you get answers, it's incredibly insightful for what you need to do next. But we have to deal with the same old stuff. Politics, egos, people trying to preserve their jobs, people that don't have an understanding or the expertise in order to change, or people who believe it's not their job. So with the few minutes I have left, I want to just leave you with something. what you do next is because of you. What your company does next is because how much momentum you're able to generate because of that. Culture is human. To innovate takes empathy. And to have empathy means that you just care. Believe it or not, that is a secret to business transformation, is actually knowing you're not good enough and that not being good enough, and caring, and using empathy in your work, because that's where innovation begins. And innovation, by the way, isn't something that's just exclusive to Silicon Valley. It's just a way of life. Asking why is a way of life. Asking what if is a way of life. Innovation is something that we can teach and cultivate and make part of our culture. That's the point. Make them feel. Business is about experiences. Experiences for employees, experiences for customers. It's not about transactions, it's not about scale, it's not about margins. All those things can happen because you understand the digital customer experience and what they value, what they trust, what they expect. The future is about you and me and the empathy that we have from not only caring, but for wanting to do something that has a higher purpose, a mission that we could all rally behind because it's the right thing to do. And that's why we are more important. That's why this is such an exciting time than we really know or appreciate. Because the future will happen because of you, because you realize that innovation begins here. Thank you.
Wow, that's awesome, man. Inspiration indeed. So, an incredible morning, 3 incredible speakers, but the action, folks, doesn't stop here. We've got about a half an hour break lined up for you. What we do ask is please come back here into the auditorium by 11:40. Grab something to eat because we've got then another 3 sessions through until our lunch break. Thank you again for being such an outstanding audience, and we look forward to recommencing after the break. See you soon.